Namaskar, good day, good morning. This is Engineer Suraj Singh, Int P India, C Engineer India. This is 15th May 2020, speaking from NCR Faridabad, Bharat, India, in connection with daily talk regarding partly this pandemics, SARS-2, COVID-19, and quality systems. And this is another certificate, as usual, nothing new. World is passing through very critical phase. It's super critical phase, and therefore should not be taken now very seriously. World Health Organization declared that there is no way to calculate how long shall we have to face this SARS-2 COVID-19 epidemics, pandemics. No way out. Therefore, we should forget it. I think we should take it lightly now and take all care, all precautionary measures to get rid of this. No other way. One scientist said, just like we were neglected HIV and started living its way, so we have to give way. This is COVID-19, let it work what it wants to work because it's out of our control. We have no control over it. It's beyond our control. It's beyond control of humanity. When humanity has failed, what can we do? Humanity is not God, and what God does cannot be known at that time. And one side we also say one side that whatever God does is all for best. So we have to take into our consideration that this is, of course, we are feeling this is bad, but this must be good for everybody. Both phrases have to apply. Means people are nervous indeed. Nevertheless, life is moving. People have died. Life is moving. No other way. Nervousness exists. Panic exists. Threat exists. But this is all routine now. Governments have failed, but public hasn't failed. All governments have failed. This is evidently true all over world. Not even a single government was ready to meet challenges posed by this problem, and public depends on leaderships, but unfortunately there is no leadership at all in world, to be very frankly speaking, and public has to rise on this occasion itself to consider everybody as leaders when there is no leader in the world. Public expect leadership to lead world, lead people, but it didn't happen in this case. Scientists worked well, doctors worked well, nurses worked well, other health workers worked well. Only those people who are in power, those people who are leaders, did not work well. They just thought keeping public inside would help, but they did not help. Keeping in lockdown did not help. Now they are all in competition to open lockdown. They are exiting lockdown without having any thinking, and they clamped lockdown without having any thinking. Both ends, they did not apply minds. Until now, world does not understand what this pandemic is, what it is, how did it happen, what is its solution, how we have to handle. No answer from any corner of world, any leaders of world. Scientists are unclear, doctors are unclear, but world is moving. Sun is rising every day. Earth is revolving, everything is happening, nothing has changed, mindset has changed. When I say mindset, it means human is very weak and human is scared of death all time. Nobody wants to die, that's also a fact of life. We have to take that into our mindset that one day we have to die, but it's very easy to say one day everyone has to die, but it's very difficult to accept reality. And reality is that nobody wants to die. That's a fact. Die or not die, God is doing his work. We have to do our work. It's also true, keeping in view circumstantial circumstances is not going to end soon. It's not going to end soon. It's going to stay for years together to come. And because when there is unforeseen answer, unknown answer, it's better to keep calm and see what happens. Every action has equal reaction. This also right. This means when time comes, it's automatically true. It automatically happens that activities take their place. It's happening now. Every day saying same thing doesn't mean anything. What I understand that this virus, so-called virus, though I don't believe in virus, this virus, let us say what they say is true. This virus can capture your body. Fact remains that it is SARS-2 or it's COVID-19 or whatever it is, that is medical and scientist people to decide. But I understand this virus can capture you. So simple. I am not scientist of this field, but common sense says that this virus is very powerful, extremely powerful, and it can act on everybody, act very dangerously. So only way is take precautionary measures, not more than that we can say anything. And it can not only enter body, it can affect body from outside also. Means whatever suppositions, assumptions were circulated so far, were advised so far are deficient, are not complete. I think we have to consider now, forget what science says, that virus is common and it's traveling in air all time, particularly in low temperature hours. We have to be very careful. Well, starts with around 4 o'clock, 4 p.m. to next morning around 9 or 8 a.m. I think this is very critical time and temperature is low. It's though hot weather, summer yet in daytime it's about 40 degrees, 40 degrees. And one positive point, though it's negative, is that UV index is around 11 yesterday, 11 day before yesterday, 11 here in where I'm staying in Faridabad and Bharat. And I think in all locations it's affect around 10, 11, maybe less, maybe more all over. But I don't know what about the countries, but in my area it's that. So we can get benefit of this UV index, though it's against safety, but yet rather than taking injections of UV, we can directly absorb vitamin D and UVA from sun. If we can take sweet wash in sun. We can exit toxins, and we can raise immunity level of our bodies. This we can do if we wish. It's up to us. Don't be rigid on that point. If something is coming free of cost, we should take that. Of course, this is treatment time. It's better to avail sun rays rather than going to doctors or hospital. If you can take sun rays for about half an hour to 1 hour, and in extreme hot in daytime, in the afternoon, when UV index is say 10, say 8, say 9 or 10, means above 4 or 5, you will benefit certainly of UVA. And this is direct injection, not one injection, many injections on your body. And in case your immunity, in case your vitamin D, means your bones can be stronger than either before. If you take that every day, you will enjoy life from health point of view. Health point of view is very important first. If you are healthy, you can use your mind, you can use your body, you can be intellectual, you can study, you can do whatever. You will not like to go to sleep if you are well, fresh. That's what I understand. It is lockdown or no lockdown, doesn't matter. You take sun, you will feel better. Forget virus. Otherwise also you should take it. Why you run for vitamin D injection? Don't run for vitamin D injection, take sun. You have vitamin D injection, you have ultraviolet rays injection, and your mind ports open. That's very important in that, because mind is very important part of body. And when you take this sun heat, ultraviolet rays, your mind starts functioning very well. It opens its doors, and when mind gets more and more energy, this energy can pass to your whole parts of body. This is common sense, not doctor statement. It's great time that this energy comes to us, and we should take use of that. It will heat up your blood, it will heat up liquid in your body, and it will raise, it will act against virus action, if any. We have to be very serious in this regard. It's my only my opinion says that. I'm not guaranteeing anything, but it's my life experience that this happens, and we should enjoy that. Sometimes we should do something, not necessarily we should go to health expert or we should go to doctor or someone. It's common knowledge that sun is natural, and as far as it acts, it helps you. Yes, I'm not saying go in temperature of 50 degrees. Now it's 40 degrees, around 38, 37, 39. So you can make use of it if you wish, and keep yourself healthy. Drink good water, good food. You are be fine. World Health Organization says they don't know when shall it finish. They are right. Many scientists say that this is permanent virus, will not go. Well, they are right. We have to accept everybody's opinion. Except politicians, all are accepting that this is something different. Politicians, caste of politicians and their liars habit and their, befooling habit of public. All these politicians, don't depend upon them. They all failed in this scenario, mentally as well as physically and financially. They all failed all over the world. I'm not telling one here or one there, from USA to Australia and from other to other end. They did nothing. They are useless people. They are only interested in disputes. They are not interested in helping people. This is, habit of all politicians around the world. Many didn't help their citizens. Many helped. Both happened. I appreciate those who help their citizens, and I do not like those who did not help their citizens, like our people. They did not help. Many other countries didn't help, but mostly countries helped. Where people are civilized, so society is civilized, there people help. In this respect, I respect some politicians also. For example, politician of Trump, for example, US president, he tried to this extent better, perform better, and similarly, UK leadership played better, China leadership played better. Those who played better should be appreciated. Our leadership did not play in any way, not even to zero extent they played. Unfortunately, we are first country in world, which is a cruel mind, cruel habit country. I'm sorry to say, I am citizen of this country, but I have to make this a statement because this is very bad state of our health. Our workers have been treated like animals and below animals. Unfortunately, our government does not care for these people. We are sorry to say, our government has no humanity factor. Our government is not even, did not even consider them as if they are human beings. Many lost their lives during walking on roads in sun, and our prime minister, our ministers did not take into consideration anything. And unfortunately, we have such governments, such prime ministers. Unfortunately, such chief ministers. They don't deserve these positions, but on this democracy, and they are sitting there as if it's their father's property. If they don't have any moral value, they should resign by now, everybody of them. They don't have any moral value, they don't care about, and this corona has come for them actually. I am serious about this. I do not consider this is disease. I consider this, just like you say, a God's court has come on earth with army to punish all sinners. This is my faith. I can't justify it scientifically. I can't justify it anyway. But this is my belief. This is my faith that God sent army is working here, and it shall keep everybody set up and right and kill out those who are sinners. Either kill them or bring down their souls to that level where they can do anything. Our industrial workers who are makers of this country, who are developers in this country, without whom nothing can move. They may be building workers, they may be industrial workers, factory workers, or else supporting workers. Without them, nothing can move. But our leadership has no small mind even to think for them. This is very unfortunate, and I hate it. I hate such type of treatment, that we are really foolish society. We don't care for God, we don't care for humanity. We forget that everybody is a product of God, even if they are workers. They are engineering industrial workers. They were not given any respect till now, and only false statements coming from ministers and prime ministers that they are helping everybody. Unfortunately, we are living in politicians who are liars. We are living in those leadership who are making public fool. They announce so much but give nothing. They announce for sake of announcing and then skip. This is unfortunate. They think public is fool. They think that. But they don't think the public is not fool. This is not time to criticize politicians, but they deserve politicians' criticism. They deserve it, because they are not competent people, they are incompetent. I don't understand why public elects such leaders. This is fault of public also, that public elects such useless, inefficient, illiterate leaders in politics. This is a very strong statement I'm making, because our country is suffering. This population I'm talking about is about 40 to 50%, not workers' populations, but people, including their families. And if I say 40 to 50% populations have suffered and have been suffering seriously, then it's more than murder, it's more than every crime, and our government is a murderer, our prime minister is a murderer, and we are supporting them in their murders. There is no sympathy for these people who walk 100 kilometers, many 100 kilometers of road. We are very selfish people. We are selfish society. Our engineers are selfish. Unfortunately, first blame goes to those owners of these industries and factories who could not even afford food for 2-3 months for their workers, shelters for 2-3 months for their workers. This is really unbecoming of a nation like ours. Sovereign, socialist, secular, democratic republic. This is condition. It's neither social, it's neither secular, it's neither republic, and nor it's democratic nor sovereign. It has made its own public helpless and slaves. I don't understand those people who can't think. I think about 80% population or 90% population has lost use of its minds. They don't think. They just keep watching every bad act. Every bad act they keep watching and digesting everything. Just in praise of Prime Minister. The Prime Minister is this and that. Nonsense acts by Prime Minister, believe me. He cannot give few thousands to each sufferers. He doesn't have that much conscience in him. His conscience is that he is friend to riches. He is friend to all those who have money, power. He is not friend. Actually, he is a businessman. He is a merchant. He's a merchant. That he said, I am Vyapari. Really, he is Vyapari. He's Lala. who cannot give a single penny extra to its workers. Same thing is different. So you may feel it bad or you may feel it good. I least bother about that because I am watching these workers being struggled. They are struggling, they are dying, they are losing their lives, and they don't have any hope from this government as well as from our society. Their curses shall kill all. Their curses because they work hard, which neither you nor myself, nor officers, nor government ministers, nor MPs, nor MLAs can want. We should throw them out, these all leaders, from their seats and put them in jail because they have done this crime. But it would not happen because they are in power. But they forget public has also one power. Now I am asking one question to everyone. You are using EVM for polling, for elections. What do you think about EVM now? This is equipment, this is machine, everybody shall keep his finger on this during poll. Is there no question of infection? Shall you vote through EVM? Shall you earn danger to be exposed to virus? This virus is not going to end soon. It will stay wherever it's air or equipment. So you want to get impacted by SARS-2 COVID-19 by polling. You have to think. We have to force government to use paper ballot in place of EVM because we don't want to be impacted by this virus. Why should we go for if we have a danger? They will justify everything. Election commissioner will justify, government would justify, and courts would justify. There is no virus through that. They can explain anything, but as a common man, I don't depend upon what they say. I depend upon what I think and which is justified. We have to avoid use of EVMs in this scenario, and if we don't avoid, then we invite our death ourselves. It's up to you to decide. I am not slave to any election commissioner or to any court or to government. I am slave to my constitution. I am slave to myself, and I am slave to my God, to none else. I don't care what law says, I don't care what says, because for them law is nothing. When they can destroy rights, they can devise rights of these poor people, half of population. They don't care for rights of others. These rights are so threatening to you, these workers' rights are so threatening to you, you want to remove those rights or suspend those rights. What sort of lowest profile person you are? What relation these rights have got to development? Because you want to help your friends in high industries, that's why you did it. No link at all about this abrogation of laws to development of this country. These laws are there to protect rights of those people. So what's wrong with that? This means you don't want to give any liberty to this half population. So you are not political leader, you are robber. You are robber of this nation. You are bank robber, you are rights robber, you are robber of every type. Drama, stage, talking, all you do, but facts you never consider and you never help those people. I am a senior citizen. When Manmohan Singh was there, I used to get FD interest of 9.5% and even more per annum. And once he joined this prime minister, my gradually this interest fell, and now I'm getting only 6% per annum. Means whatever my savings of life, I used to rely on those fixed deposit interest. I am not even able to afford my easygoing life. I every day reduce my interest because of this prime minister. In this age, I am not going to work, I am not going to get any job. I have to think every day, I have to solve my problem, I have to make my budgets because I have worked through my life. I have bank balance. I cannot even expect any pension from government, so I don't need that. But at least I don't want any obligation of government. But interest rates have killed me, and they are saying we are doing a lot. You cannot take care of those people who are unable to work due to being seniors, and you talk a lot. You talk a lot for what? What you have given to us? I send all my money in form of foreign exchange to this country throughout my life, wherever I worked around more than 20 years. What I got in exchange, nothing. And I don't expect to give us any, but my rights, every day they are saying interest is now down. One day they will say, maybe they say there's no interest. I can't believe this government. Frankly speaking, I have got many losses since Modi came to power. Monthly, I got thousands of rupees of losses. 10 to 15,000 rupees losses I'm getting every day, every month. So really, I am unhappy economically, mentally I am happy, economically I am happy, I'm not happy. This is really very serious problem. And doesn't apply to me alone. This applies to all the seniors who depend their livings, who make their livings from rates of interest, from FD benefits we get. But it's not happening, unfortunately. There is no meaning to talk about this government because this government is announcing only doing nothing. These people only announce and go. These people only create problems and show as if they have done wonders, and they don't analyze anything. This is a government that dreams and sells dreams, nothing else. I am very serious about this. One should have right to live with dignity, but if you have such administration that doesn't care for public, there is no meaning in that we are this and we are that. I am not going behind any person. I go behind system. System is important. Nation is important, not a single person. Because person is always greedy. Person is always avaricious. Person is always, achieves undue benefits, draws undue benefits. Person relates to someone. System does not relate to anyone. What they do, time would tell what results come in. But whatever mind sees, whatever mind calculates, that we are not on right track. They talk of development, they talk of self-reliance, they talk of that, but they don't understand meaning of any word, any term. That is also true. They don't understand what's the meaning of self-reliant. Had they understood meaning of self-reliant, they would have taken different actions. They have not taken. You have your own resources. You have resources of human machines, money, and others, materials. If you don't upkeep safety of those resources, how can you use them? Tell me. If you don't maintain your resources, you don't keep them safe, you don't keep them alive, how can you use them? If my machine is broken, I have to repair that. If I don't repair that or don't maintain that, it will break. It won't work. So if my machine doesn't work, what's the value of this machine? Zero. Scrap, salvage. Purpose of machine is to work. And if it doesn't work, then what? Purpose of material is what? To be used for something that it serves, it's safe, and it's durable. Even it should not get any hysteresis loss. But it does not, it doesn't. So I don't maintain my material, I don't maintain my machine, and I don't maintain my personal power or human resources power. We are not maintaining, we are denied that. They may say anything. They are liars. Minister says we are giving food every day 3 times. What nonsense? Who's getting food? Nobody's getting food. Millions of our industrial workers are on road. Nobody took care. They forget they are human beings. They are family people. They are kids. Who is serious for them? We are watching middle class watching television all day, just sitting in rooms and sleeping. Prime Minister is sleeping, ministers are sleeping, MPs are sleeping, MLAs are sleeping, and these people walk on road day and night and lose their lives in accidents or somewhere or something else. Our Prime Minister is not serious, unfortunately. Our President is not serious. Our whole administration is not serious. Whose responsibility it is? Public responsibilities. Public is accepting everything because public is not dying, poor workers are dying. Poor public is not interested in them, in fact. When they will be interested? When they are not available. Oh, I am not getting workers to build my house. Yes, you shall not get workers now. You did not know value. You do not realize value of something when this is in your pocket. When you have got something in your life, you don't value it. You don't realize it that you have it. When that item goes away from you and when you need it, then you realize, oh, I had this item, I missed it, I made a mistake, this and that. That time you realize. So you are losing something you have and you are not serious, unfortunately. You are losing clearly something from your control. It's going outside beyond your control and you're not serious. You're just enjoying it. 20 lakh package. Nonsense. What package? What have you given them? What have you given them out of this 20 lakh? Nothing. What package? What shall we do with this package? All is MSME, micro, small, medium enterprises. What shall do with this loan? For what? There is no worker. There is no experience, and what shall they do with this money to eat that money? Our workers are living. They are living for good temporarily. You are not putting any barricade on their way. You did not give their food for 2-3 months. You are so weak government. You are a Lala government. Lala, you understand what is Lala? Those business people who wear dhoti and kurta, they cannot give a single penny undue to someone. They cannot give a single rupee to someone. They are called Lalas. You are that. You think this property is yours, this money is yours. You could give them 10,000 rupees per person, per worker, so that they could stay here, or you provide food to them for you did nothing. What sort of PM you are? I don't understand. You don't understand meaning of PM. Only talks and talks and talks. Talks don't solve problems. Attend problems and solve them. I am engineer. I understand what is problem. I understand the solution. I am not illiterate. I know what is life. You can't challenge me. Come and argue with me. I will answer you. What is meaning of Prime Minister? What is definition of Prime Minister? What is definition of Minister? And what is definition of MP? And what is definition of MLA? And what is definition of councillor and panchayat members? They all are framework members. They are members in constitutional frame. Judges also there. What are they doing? Everybody is responsible to some extent. No one is doing any work of responsibility. No one, including president. If workers are dying on road, you are all not doing your job. You are statues. You don't realize that these are our assets of this country. You don't realize that. What sort of people are you? What sort of leaders are you? A citizen is asking you. You have no hearts, no minds, no logic, but you are sitting in positions just for clapping, just for laughing, just for lecturing, and for doing nothing. These people don't know how to read. These people don't know how to write. These people are not educated one academically, but they are trained work-wise. They can do what your educated people cannot do. Your masters, your doctors cannot do, but they do. They use their services in hospitals making, in hotels making, in other buildings making, in railway track making, on which they led their lives, on roads they made their lives. It's because of you, political system leaders. You, only you are responsible for that. And this silent public, I have been crying on videos, sleeping public, and sleeping public. And my anticipation has come true, that we are still sleeping, praising, oh, Prime Minister Modi, Modi, Modi. You are all mad. You are all mad. There is no Prime Minister in this country. Actually, truly speaking, there is no Prime Minister in this country. He is not a rationalized Prime Minister. He is a friends of richest Prime Minister. He is not for public. He is not for these poor people. He is for higher middle class and those who have got a lot of money. He is Prime Minister only for that 25% people, not for general public. No, not at all. This is time to tell that. The people are not realizing what's going to happen. When you are going to open the economy, who shall run this economy? You are saying MSME, you take this much. Big builders, you take this much. Oh, you take this much. What shall they do with that money? Yes, they have machines, indeed it's true. They have materials, indeed it's true. But material is not in their workshop. Material is not in their laydown. Material is somewhere else. They have machines. There's no technician to repair machines. There is no worker to offload. There's no worker to download. Even you say, oh, no, forklift. No forklift operator. These people are leaving their shops and going, why don't you understand this problem? It's the same thing as I am not breathing, I am dead. I'm saying I have body, I have mind, everything. My SARS 2 is not working. My respiration is not working. These workers, these industrial workers are doing that. They are our nose drivers. They are now life drivers, but we consider them nothing. We consider them punctured tires. What should you say? What should I say? You sleeping people you are. Your minds are locked by these politicians. If they give just say 10,000 to each and say there are 20 crore workers, let us say maximum 20 crore workers, and you give 10,000 to one, you don't have 2 lakh crore for them. You are so weak government and we are so weak public. We can't afford this for them. And these industries who have already looted 9 lakh crore, they are your parent. This is a problem. Poor 20 crore people can't be allowed to take money. And these robbers, top robbers, can loot our country, and our government keeps eyes closed, minds closed. And this is Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas. This is Sabka Vishwas. This labor, you so-called labor, you say, I'm not saying these industrial workers, these farmers don't have any trust in Modi. This point you don't understand. Always this doesn't work. You have to use this. Always this doesn't work. You have to use this. This is not your father's money, Modi. This is public money. You are not owner of this. Give this money to them. Let them enjoy life for free of work for 2-3 months. It's your duty. You will not do any obligation on them. You declared lockout. lockdown. They did not declare it. I am getting angry because I am seeing my country is going to sea bottom. No workers means no development. If 70-80% worker goes, if 70-80% workers go, what shall you do? I know when there is a shortage of 2 or 300 workers on site, work suffers. If one operator of a machine absent, work suffers. If my pump breaks, work suffers. If tire of a machine punctures, work suffers. Work suffers by every mistake, every accident, and nation is going to suffer. These ministers are not having any eyesight, any vision, and prime minister does not have eyes and does not have mind. You are spoiling your own nation, and citizens are watching. That nation is being spoiled, and television channels are INEX, always clapping, clapping, clapping. These bloody fool anchors of television channels. I have anger, I have fire in my body because something is wrong. Who can understand that? I know anger is not good, but I'm not angry for me. I am angry for 130 crore people's benefits. Only 20% people have right in this country. Ambani has right, Adani has right, Tata has right, and Dalmi has right, and all Modi friends have right. Others don't have right. If Congress asks something, they take it as insult. Modi wants to only speak in new parliament. He doesn't want to answer in old parliament. What's the difference? He wants to travel a BMW. BMW. He is traveling by BMW and he is leader of poor. What a relation, what a connection. This is Prime Minister. This is a Prime Minister representing poor public. Why do you want to show BMW to public? I am using BMW. I am using so much expensive belongings. Okay, you use, but give them to public also. Shall you give BMW to those people who are traveling on road? Give them BMWs and let them reach home. You are not giving them railways. You are not giving them buses. And you are traveling with BMW. From where you get this BMW? Who paid for this? Public paid for this, public. It was that time when only ambassador car was used. Use ambassador car or Fiat car or go by cycle. Forget everything. But no, because you are poor. There is chemistry, no chemistry at all in your behavior. No chemistry at all. Unfortunately, we are having public which believes in a person who is misleading them all the time. We are having such thinkless people of this country. No thoughts in them. They think, hey, is Harish Chandra Swami, Harish Chandra Khandani. I have to say personally this because my country is falling. I don't care what's happening in England, what's happening in USA. Their problem they have to handle. But I know if these workers do not work in industry, everything is going to collapse. Everything is going to collapse. And they have abrogated their rights and they are feeling proud. Oh, I am proud. We will call people from you. Are those people dominate us? Those FDI, are there no laws in Arab? Don't they work there? Only in your country, they would come and laws are framed to their choice. Much stricter laws exist in all GCC, all Middle East, all other countries. Go and see. If no payment is made, UAE people, Qatar people, they do not accept cancellation of visa. Do you know that? Pay first. Pay first in UAE. If somebody comes on cancellation of visa, that person is produced before official. Are you happy? Do you have any problem? You have no objection? When person says, yes, I have been paid, then he says, okay, you can go cancel. Otherwise, first pay or that company goes to jail or penalized. And you are abrogating laws. What do you want to touch feet of those who come from overseas? Why? If they want to come or get lost, we don't need you. They work in Gulf for what? They work the same laws they happen there. Why you're so surrendering yourself that if you're begging them, we are not begging anybody. Unfortunately, our leadership is idiotic. They don't think for public, they think for riches. They want to earn money, make money based on these poor workers. They want to suck their blood only, nothing else. Go to America and see what's law there. Go to England and see what's law there. Why you want to degrade your laws? It's because those companies belong to you. Only that is reason, nothing else. That's the assumption. I am very sad to know all this, that those people who burn their blood, who sweat all day, who work hard 10 hours a day, you are going to exploit them in name of COVID-19. This is just the root. You want to abuse this, but don't forget, God is there. God is watching every act, and you will be responded properly by God. Don't worry. God also thinks for those people whom I am thinking about, but you are not thinking for them. You are thinking in a negative way. You are thinking to abuse them. First time in history of world, this is happening, that in our country, Bharat, 50% population is being thrown on road like dustbin, kachra. These people are rags for this government. These workers are not human beings. These are like dogs. These are like cats. That's why they treat like them. And false statements are coming from ministers that we are feeding them 3 times. All fake statements. Who would believe it? Go and see hundreds of videos on YouTube. You will find facts. All fake news are coming on televisions. And government sponsored fake news, not otherwise. We can't live under this government. This government is not poor worthy. This government is rich oriented people. Only riches are enjoying this government. We are not enjoying this government. What sort of people we are? All times, yes, yes, yes. For every wrong act we say yes. We are so fools. We don't have any understanding. I would raise voice whenever is required. This is my religion, to speak facts, not Hindu or Muslim. Facts must be spoken. That is my right. And I speak that. Even if they want to do action against me, act against me, no problem. This is my country as much as it is Modi's country. This is my country as much as this is your country. And unfortunately, I didn't expect that engineers won't speak. Engineers in this country and in every country work because these workers do, or else engineers also cannot work. But I don't understand why they are dumb. Why can't they hear? If engineer of a country like that, then no one can save country from devastation. Economy is already down, and it will further down because government is not thinking of economy. They are thinking only for electioneering. Speeches are electional oriented. All speeches are election oriented. All lying statements are these. They say 20 lakh. Already 50% of that is previously declared. Was previously. So what's the meaning of declaring it again? Already declared last time. You have taken this much money from Reserve Bank. You have taken this much from this source and that source. You have transferred this money. Again, you are including that in this package. This means you are misleading whole nation just for purpose of statements only, to keep people happy and confused both. Some people say, oh, he has given 20 lakh crore to poor people. I was surprised to know. I did not see that news. No, 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 no. He has given 20 lakh crore to public. What psychology goes to public? What kind of psychology goes to public? This goes to public. Well, I was not having any interest to talk about this, but sometimes, when you are on live, I can't digest something is wrong. I know country is beautiful, it's powerful. If people are powerful, country is constituted by people of this country, people of other country. If we do not understand this point, then we are not educated people. Despite we have many degrees with us, we are not educated people. If we cannot apply our minds, I know whole world is doing that, but why should we do that? What happened in England, everywhere people are kept. This called furlough allowance, furlough for those who don't have jobs or lost their jobs during this pandemic, COVID-19, SARS-2. In England, under furlough allowance, about 2.9, also 3 million people, I think 3 crore people, 3 crore people, 3 crore 30 million people applied for furlough. Furlough means they would be given some allowance, say about 80% of their salaries they used to get. That much allowance they would be given for existence and survival. Yesterday, I was very much surprised to know how honesty factor has gone. Those people who have jobs, still getting salaries from the organizations, in connivance with their organization, they applied for this and getting that. You're getting already salary, you're doing job, and you're applying other jobs. They got this information in the investigation going. Means this is happening there in country like England. Means abuse of facility, you can say. They are getting this salary as well as that allowance from public fund. Means public, they are overactive. Here we can't imagine that. Means we are not getting any funding here as such. Our government is not so kind to public that would the furlough allowance or unemployment allowance. England provides it, Canada provides it, America provides it, maybe some other countries provide, I'm not sure of that. And your Gulf countries provide to their citizens, and so they are getting good facilities. Our country is not at any standards in this. Means we are a standardless country. We only compare ourselves with others while we are actually not that. Just of hawks statements we issues. We should all time hawks and hawks. So I now conclude my talk regarding this COVID and related economical issues. And there are so many other issues. I'm not going to talk that. Means what only difference is that there was a time when all countries were in competition to each other. We had lockdown, and now it is reversed. All countries are in competition to see which one opens first. A trend has changed. Means now they think let people die, let whatever happens happen, but economy should not suffer. At that time, economy was not a factor in January, in February. Lockdown was a factor, life saving was a factor. Now economy has become a factor and life saving has taken back seat. If you die, it doesn't matter for them because already lakhs have died, millions have died. So your life of that got no meaning for them. Yes, GDP is more important now, economy is more important now. But they forget once you die, there's no meaning of economy for that person. But they are leaders, they have to keep their seats. Somewhere there's election due, like in England, in America. Somewhere in Poland, for example, competition elections, public is intelligent, they don't allow elections, while South Korea allowed elections. And what it means, some people want to make use of this disease in the elections, like Trump wants to use. Unfortunately, on elections there are PM would also like to that. What I'm saying is public should be intelligent. PM is not about public, government is not about public, Supreme Court is not about public. Public is above all. So we have to be careful about that. But unfortunately, we are sleeping people and we can't awaken them. Even now, they are sleeping. Sleeping in a sense, they are not serious, they don't learn anything, but they want jobs. But if these people, poor workers, don't work, only answer is if they don't work, they don't respond to the situation, then you can't import people from other countries. It's not possible. That's what I'm saying. Better our government open its eyes and transfer money. When you are announcing 20 lakhs, why not announce more, 2 lakhs crores more, 3 lakhs crores more, and give to these people who can at least survive for 2 3 months and happily come back to job. But if they have suffered that much, they have walked hundreds of thousands of kilometers, you expect them to back because then you are not having any idea about psychology of human being. You are short of psychological considerations. You are not a leader in that case. You are a closed eye leaders. That's only my point of view. I don't want to talk more because there's so much is happening now. And if we keep on talking all this time, I'll consume in that and this about contract, about management, will go back behind. So I don't want to take it back. Only introduction was there. I just try to. It's better to talk in same video. Maybe you don't like it, but it's not problem you're liking or not. My problem is means transmission of signals. I do not increase number of videos as well. I have reached more than 450 videos since since February 2019 on many subjects, and I'm happy that at least I'm doing something for public indirectly or directly. Only problem I know problems facing my public is like my viewers is that they cannot understand English very well. I know that much, but my Hindi is not that much. If I can, I may speak for a few moments, but if you ask me, talk everything in Hindi, then I miss my those people or those who are staying on other countries or who are staying in south portion of these countries or east portion of these countries where Hindi is not in use. And there's so many areas like West Bengal or like other areas in Tamil Nadu or four states of our. So those people must also be thought of because many people wanted that only Hindi communication is not. But I don't think I'm using Hindi also very good. It's all rubbish. I it's not question of pride. I feel downgraded by that. It's not my happy. I'm not saying I'm happy with that, but you have to cover many people, many regions, and overseas also you have to see. I requested many people here in North, please learn something. Don't have shame that you can't speak very good. Doesn't matter. You speak broken English, no problem. As far as meaning is understood, it doesn't make a difference. Also, you're writing something which on internet which is not English, is not clear. In short terms, you're writing. So when you can write here, you similarly you can speak also, you can read also. But it's up to you. If you have got a setup in your mind, no, I am not going to use English. This is not my language. If your mindset is like that, then no one can help you. Unfortunate it is that if you think it's not my language, question is language is none. It's natural. Language is language. Means there are many people who go to Arab countries and they learn Arab. Why they learn Arab? Because they want to communicate properly. That's the only reason. It's not that if I speak English, my English or my mother tongue, no. It's not same thing I sometimes use in Arab, some English Arabic words. So just because I don't understand it, what's wrong if you use that? It's language. It's not your property. It's communication. If you can learn it more and better, you can use it. You are using Hindi, you think you are not using Hindi. In offices you are using Hindi. Which office you are using Hindi? Yes, in government offices. So you are also not using Hindi. You're only claiming I don't know something else. You can learn it, you don't want to learn it. And for that I put so many videos of translation from Hindi to English. But people are, I don't know what sort of people we are. They can waste time in homosexuality. They can waste time in below films. They can waste time in sending messages which are not becoming. I am getting many messages every day which I don't like. I have written many times, please don't do it, don't do it. And then a call also, I don't attend calls now. I have seen in 98% cases of my call, I am finding no meaning, just nonsense. I don't understand why people want this. If you want to call and call for something, you just want to say something nonsense, means nothing. Why I ask questions, what for you're calling? No, 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 Jay. What does it mean? Somebody calls and I say, open this. Something like this. Somebody shows penis, nonsense. Somebody shows chest. Some girls send naked videos, taking bath. Oh, what I have to do with that? It's your personal life. Why are you showing your bedding? But I don't understand what's happening to our new generation. Not only new, senior people also do same. This is where I say psychology effect. I think either they don't have work, that can be one presumption, or they are misled people. They think the life is that. This is the point of view. I'm not a psychologist. I can just imagine this may be the reason. It's maybe a reason that they do like this. No other reason. Well, now leave it behind and leave it behind and we go to, I just put another barricade here so that you can understand. This is my chapter 2, part 2 regarding this, and I'm going there now. So it is now daily, part 2. This is regarding quality and management, and you can say contract, FIDIC, all miscellaneous, because contract cannot be taken in isolation. You have to link it to work. Mhm. Maybe somebody will be noticing why I've kept this poster behind that the religious poster. They may be considered religious, but it's not religious poster as per information telling this poster is regarding humanity. Whatever humanity accepts, I accept. I'm not religious, but I am religious as well, humanity wise. For me, Hindu, Muslim, Christian, all that same. For me, there's no difference. As a person, I respect every faith on this earth. I respect humanity, not physically, just in conception. I talked of soul, I not seen, but I see in my dreams. Yes, that's true. I have got many communications with that dreams also, with those souls. I am declaring that I have communication. I have got much information through dreams. Yes, I accept that. You may not believe, but you may not believe, or you may believe. That is your criteria. But I am getting informations through that. Now, quality management, it's complete system. What we say, we live in a system. Again, I say we live in a system. System means integrity. System means links to everyone. System means perfect acknowledgement of something. System means grouping. System means walk together. System means deliberation together. All are system. And for example, we say computer system. That is also a system. System cannot be in unit but in unity. System cannot be in unit but in unity. When you say I say one, is that system? No, this is not system. What was 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, this is system. ABCD of the Z is a system. System means all agree to work together. This means that my body is a system. I cannot say this nose is separate, this head is separate. If you isolate this, then where is it? This useless. This body works because every part of body, every part of my body or your body are systemized together, integrated together. All parts work together. If one part is defective, stops working, your machine does not work smoothly. It stops somewhere. It starts giving you problems, and that is not systemized. You can say that is a problem actually. Sorry. That's what I'm saying. System management or project management and quality system. See, system quality and quality system, there are two different aspects. It's not my say, it's my conception. When I say system quality and when I say quality system, both are different. System quality is, I think, different consideration, and quality system is another consideration. There is a quality in system, quality of parts of system, quality of members in system. There is system quality or quality system. And there is a system which is only for quality, and every system that's based on quality is quality system. Even if you are working in a kitchen, for example, you are making chapatis, you are making vegetables, you are cleaning, housekeeping, something. Every activity is quality based. You have to do, but your kitchen is quality or no quality, that you have to see. Your kitchen is quality kitchen or no. System is different, activity is different. Yes, my kitchen is well organized. My kitchen has every facility. My kitchen is well ventilated. All those criteria attributed to your kitchen are available. They work together. So you can say my kitchen is quality kitchen. My brother is quality person. My wife is quality home wife, housewife. My this part is quality part. My working is quality based. That quality is good in totality. And when we say quality system or quality management, that is management only, not home. So if there's some confusion in that, don't confuse yourself. When we say quality, total quality management, their management is applied, quality applies to management. Whatever activities are there by management, all activities are based on quality acceptance criteria. Just like we talk of ISO 9001 2015, or previously in past was 2018, and now also we talk of Sigma 6 and all that. Every system has its own definitions, its own orders, and which orders fit into us separately, that we have to accept. There are codes like that, systems like ISO 9000 and 14000 and 27, so many for everything else. We are not going to numbers of that. We are going to understanding of that. What actually quality says. Quality applies to an organizational effect. This is, I will organize this way. All that organization must be quality based, and activities in that order must be quality control based. Means I'm not going to cause a confusion to you. I'm just going to clear your confusion. That consider quality depending upon requirement, depending upon need. If you want to control material, say you're testing material, yes, I'm going to test this material, I'm going to test temperature of this concrete, I'm going to do this, I'm going to test this brick, I'm going to test this steel part, I'm going to test this, I'll see how it works. That is called quality control. Quality control of performance. There's a system. Quality performance control. Your part is performing, your material is performing, that is quality control. And as whole, you can say, as whole of that project is quality management. Means what first I say this is my project. I have done this project. I want to do this project. My project should respond on what I designed for. If I say my project is for this purpose, it has to serve this purpose, then my project should serve that purpose successfully. If I say that my project should work safely, then it should work safely for that purpose. We should accept that. And when I say my project is for so many years, it's going to work for so many years or so long duration, then it should successfully work for that duration, that I should accept. So I have three factors here. One is it should be safe, it should be servable, and it should be long run running or durable. So all these three, if I add, that is my reliability in quality. I say my project is quality oriented because what I thought, what I conceived, what I designed for, what inputs I extended to this or provided to this project, and worked of them, they are working proficiently or efficiently. That is what quality is. If I say no, I could not achieve that what I designed for, intended for, it's working only 50%, I can say it is only 50% quality or 60% quality or deficient quality or merit quality or 100% quality or even super. This means there has been some lapse attributed to this where I could not control that. It went beyond my control. This means we need further information. We need further information and further improvement of that. That's quality improvement. That's why I say plan, do, check, and set right or right, improve. Plan, do, check, act. Plan, do, check, act. PDCA. Plan, do, check, act. You plan it, you do it, you check it, you act it. Right or not right? It applies to everything. In that relation, I have given past talks which are related to NXSL, which is a higher language, higher profile language in quality system. And we should know, as I said already, I repeat every time, that prime criteria of quality system is quality working is factorized quality, that is time, quality, and cost. Quality, time, and cost. These are three main factors without which nothing can move. And then extended to this person, integration to these factors are many other factors like resources of all types, resources, human resources, money resources, and risk factors. If you understand what is risk going to result to you, what's coming to you as risk should be converted in advance. If you understand risk, you can think in advance how to solve that risk. And if you can solve risk, you can find so many answers, you can find so many opportunities to build up. If you can understand risk, you can solve it. Means in one move, second time you solve it, another way you'll find many ways to solve the risk, and once the risk is solved, you can move further. So risk control, risk and opportunity is called when risk. You understand, if you risk, you understand risk only once it is done, means then you lose something. And if you understand in advance by your vision or by action, then you can say, yes, I am going to face this, so it's better to take precautionary measures and avoid this risk and take precautionary measures, and that means you are doing quality work. So risk control, cost control, time control. Time control is very important. Time never comes back. Time can be reissued only by additional resources, floating extra resources. That means doing undue expenses on that, only then you can control time. Otherwise, time lost is lost, just like money lost is lost. Health can be recovered, but money cannot be recovered. Very impossible to recover money without way. Either you have to take a loan, reinvest, and do it recover. Otherwise, it cannot be recovered in that. This all we have to understand very well. And then the time is that much valuable, and cost is that much valuable. Cost, nobody wants to spend more, but even then they spend more because time is extended. If time extends, cost is extended. So simple. Engineering means everything you have to apply. Engineering means analysis. Engineering means synthesis. Engineering means understanding what is loading. Engineering means understanding everything, factor, plus and minus, and what will happen, how will happen. And we have to move together. Means we should have every kind of knowledge while we are doing engineering. And engineering means what? Engineering means economy. Engineering means society. Engineering means production. Engineering means industry. Engineering means factory. Engineering means everything in life. Once we understand that, we can do a lot. That's why I said project management has many knowledge areas. This all which I'm calling is cost and quality, resources, communications, and so many other factors involved are all knowledge areas. Means you have to know about them, and if you know about them, you can apply your knowledge. And when you apply your knowledge, you will apply in advance, of course, because you know how to apply this knowledge. So before doing something, well, you will say, "Oh, let us make research. What is all this? Let me find good, bad points or good points. If I find merits in there, I use those merits, and you will apply in the production or in the work on site or somewhere else. This will give a benefit. Just like we do, okay, we have to do this lab, we need in this what we need form work, we need in this field, we have steel, we need this electrical, the mechanical, all that. We need, so we have to prepare them before, otherwise we will fail, we will wait during this lab. We don't want to wait, we start work to finish the work. Once we start something, we finish something, that's what's called engineering, and this means you should be ready for all pre-actions you need in that. That's what's required with video. This is what is management. It's not defined, you have to understand, you have to do it, because as an engineer you must understand what it is. You should use mind and do and answer. I think that's what is management. And it's also called quality because you are doing everything precautionary, as a precautionary measure, as a preventive measure. Prevention is better than cure. This is quality. If you don't want to have any pain, you have to solve it now, or you have to feel pain. And if you have to feel pain, if you feel pain, then that's unsuccessful quality. This means you are not quality oriented. Because we have to understand what material behaves, how human behaves, how material behaves. We have to understand everything ethically, and that's quality. And we can foresee what's going to happen. That's quality. And we can see also when we have experience, we have done this, we next we will not be lessons learned we have in lessons learned, not even writing, we have in mind, if experience, you can say, oh, I did that, solve the problem. That's also your lessons learned in memory of your mind. That's also a quality. Therefore, quality is something very extraordinary, known or unknown both. It's in minds or it's on papers and on record. This is up to you. So quality, time and controls, cost controls are very important. And when we do something, we cannot do alone. We need supports from others. And we draw supports from others. We have formal support or informal support. Or we have long-term support, only instant support. That depends upon what kind of project you have. And if you have long-term project, it will take 1 year, 6 months, or 2 years, or 2.5 years, or 3 years, whatever it is. Or maybe it is 3-4 months. It's not one day project. We cannot say, oh, okay, in one day will be not in one day. This means we have to wait for long. And that's what we have to see someone else to find for that. Oh, you are expert on this, you do this. That's called a person to whom you trust. So you are not able to do that. Even if you are able to do that, you cannot do alone. You need a party with you, you need a crew with your people with you. And that's why you hire them. That's what happens in life. You have to need help. You have to draw help from others if you want to do something which is beyond your potential. If you want to do something within your potential, you can do it without hiring someone else, and you know it. Plus and minus is yours. You are responsible for that, and you have to decide immediately. You don't wait for us to come and decide. You want to report, ask to report someone, give me report first. I'll think on that way. No, 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 your report is with you. Everything is, you know everything. So you do yourself, and that yes, I'm doing myself. That's what I say. Sometimes you need some partners in your business or in a factory or wherever you work. And that partnership of two types, maybe you are employed here or you are a stakeholder in the business, contractor or vendor or something like that. That's why I say I was talking about contracts. Management, quality, all is here. Contract is most important part of quality. Maybe people don't understand this, but contract is a part of quality. If you find a good contract, if you agree on a good contract, you find a good partner as a contractor, a stakeholder, and you trust that and that trusts you. If there are mutual trust and mutual efficiency, the person is intelligent, person can organize, person will bring good people for him, and you can be relaxed of responsibility in that case, and that person delivers you that project in time, in cost, and whatever you agree with, and that's called a quality performance and quality contract. Purpose of my talk of contract is this. That I want to concentrate on quality system in contract, not simply contract. That quality not mentioned but must be felt that I am having quality work. For that purpose, I wanted to share with you FIDIC, FIDIC format of contract, advisory and guide format of contract, so that we can use this format for whatever project we get, because on this are involved all related persons, all stakeholders on project. Not that I am a promoter, I am big one, you're a contractor, a small one. That concept doesn't apply, because we say that both are professionals, both are responsible for this project. That's why I was I was talking to you about about you know this system of contract, which is conditions, and that I will show you. I usually show you that this is because maybe you are there, maybe you are not there. Sometimes I can't say that. So that is our contract, FIDIC forms of contract. It is. I show you cover page of that, because otherwise, just for your reference, this is available there. You can download if you wish. But I know people are not using this. I'm showing you. I do my job just to show you a glimpse of that, and then I will move further. It's your choice. If you don't want to, I know there's no one at none, but it's there on record that this is your FIDIC construction, you know, conditions of contract. This is a red book, which is for those contracts that are designed by employer or engineer, and constructor or contractor has a responsibility to execute that only, not do any design. This is FIDIC, and if you go to the next page of this, I'll find that some graphics is there for times and for money control, cost control. The graphic also I like to show you as usual. The sequence of timings for various activities on this contract. And then there's another sequence of this, which is also various sequence are there: cost sequence, time sequence, this sequence, that sequence. Now, as far as this is concerned, I I moved on this, and Before going further, I'd like to advise that on every video text I put links connected to that video, and links, in relation to information required, I put safety URLs and other URLs which are linked to this video. That is for your purpose. If you want to download some files, maybe not now, later on, when you go through this video again, if you find any interest. Otherwise, it's up to you. My duty I'm doing. I don't have an expectation for anybody, and I just talk of this FIDIC. For those maybe who don't see, this is FIDIC as FIDC, FIDIC. This is Federal International Desk Engineers Councils and International Federation of Consulting Engineers. And this is Book of Conditions of Contract for Construction. This is called Red Book, in which contractor is given a work where design is already available, done by engineer on behalf of employer. So you have to follow design and construct. And in these documents are general conditions, guidance for preparations of particular conditions, and annexed forms of securities, forms of letter of tender, letter of acceptance, contract agreement, and dispute adjudication or evaluation agreement. And then if you go further down on that, you'll find many pages. And this is FIDIC conditions of contract for construction for building and engineering works designed by employer. And then there is next one. If you go down further, I'll find copyright page. Then there are contents, and it says that contents general conditions, which is content page 1, and then clauses 1 to 21. Then appendix general conditions of disputes and dispute avoidance and adjudication agreement, annex DABB, and index of subclause. And then there is an index for this, and it says that I read index. Acknowledgement is there for this agreement. Then there's notes. And then there's typical sequences of principal events, which I showed you. First graphic was typical sequence of principal events during contracts and construction. Then there's another graphic was typical sequences of payment events envisaged in class 14. Then class 21, and that is typical sequence of disputes event envisaged in class 21. And then it is typical sequence of events in agreement or determination under subclause 3.7. Then there is scenario 1, scenario 2, scenario 3. And it's a FIDIC construction contract for building and engineering. Same page there. I will can go further than this is. Now general conditions index is there, which I'm going to read for you before going further, because what is inside must be clear first. And after this index, I'll read some responsibilities of engineer from my own book for reference. As I explained before what engineer is, yesterday I talked of some explanations of those responsibilities with the support of those points, and today also I'll take some because yesterday were over, and then I'll continue about further talks on contracting which I was doing yesterday. Now this is general conditions and this is general provisions, and in this there are 21 clauses or 21 sections. You can say number 1 is general provisions, and general provisions say that in this are written titles, definitions, interpretations, notices, and other communications, law and language, priority of documents, contract agreement, assignment, care and supply of documents, delayed drawings or instructions, employers' use of contractors' documents, contractors' use of employers' documents, and confidentiality, compliance with law, and joint and several liability, limitations of liability, contract termination. Then it's 2, it's employer says right of access to sites, assistance, employers' personal and other contractors, employers' financial arrangements, site data, and and items of reference, employer supplied materials and employers equipment. Then is engineer, which says engineer. What is engineer? Engineers outlets and authority, engineers representative, delegation by engineer, and engineers instructions, and replacement of engineer, agreement of determination, meetings. And then contractor, it says that contractor says contractor and general obligations, performance is security, contractor's representative, contracts is document, training, cooperation, setting out health and safety obligations, quality management and compliance verification systems, use of site data, sufficiency of accepted contract amount, then unforeseeable physical contracts, I'm sorry, sufficiency of accepted contract amount, then unforeseeable physical conditions, then rights of ways and facilities, then there is avoidance of interference and access rules, transport of transfer of goods, contractor equipment, potential and protection of environment, temporary utilities, progress reports, security of site, contractors, operations on site, then archaeological and geological findings. Then subcontracting is subcontractors and nominated subcontractors, then staff and laborers or workers. In this engagement or staff and laborers, rates of wages and conditions of labor, recruitment of persons, labor laws, working hours, facilities for staff and labor, health and safety of persons, personal contractors, superintendents and contractors, personal contractors, contractors, personal contractors records and disorderly conduct and key personnel. Then plant manager and workmanship. This is manner of execution. This is manner of execution, and this is samples, inspection, testing by contractor, defects and rejection, remedial works, ownership of plant and material, and royalties. And commencement, delay and suspension. Commencement of works, time for completion, program, advance warning, extension of time for completion, delays caused by authorities and rate of progress, delay damages, employer's suspension, consequences of employer's employer suspension, payment for plant and material after employer's suspension, and prolonged suspension, resumption of works, and test on completion, contracts obligations, delayed tests, retesting, failure to pass tests on completion, and then it is employers. Then employment test completion, contracts obligations, delayed tests and retesting, failure to pass tests on completion, employ employers taking over works and sections, taking over parts, interference with tests on completion, surfaces requiring reinstatement, and defects after taking over. Defects after taking over 11. This is completion of outstanding work and remedying defects, cost of remedying defects, extension of defects notification period, Failure to remedy defects and remedying of defects, defective work of sites, further tests after remedying defects, and right of access after taking over, and contractor to search performance certificate and unfulfilled obligations. And after that, you can say remedying defective work, further tests after remedying defects and right of access after taking over. Then contractor to search performance certificate and unfulfilled obligations, clearance of site, measurement and valuation in this lots to be measured, method of measurement, valuation of work and omissions. Then variation and adjustments, the right to way, then value engineering, variation procedures, provisional sums, day work, then adjustment for changes in laws, adjustment for changes in cost, then contract price and payment, that is contract price and advance payment, application for interim payment, schedule of payments, plant and materials intended for works, issue of IPC, payment, delayed payment, release of retention money, statement at completion. Then all right, then delayed payment, release of retention money, statement at the completion, final statement, discharge, issue of FPC, cessation of employer's liability, then currency of payment. Then termination by employer, that's 15, notice to conduct, termination, notice to correct termination for contractor's default, then payment after termination or contractor's default, and 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 payment and termination of contract's default, and termination for employer's convenience, and valuation after termination for employer's convenience, and then it is valuation after termination for employer's convenience, then payment after termination of employer's convenience. And then suspension and termination by contractor, suspension and termination by contractor. This clause 16, section 16, and here suspension by contractor, termination by contractor, contractor, contractor's obligation after termination, and payment after termination by contractor, then care of works and indemnities, responsibility for care of works and liability for care of works, intellectual and industrial property rights, indemnities by contractors, indemnities by employer, and shared indemnities and exceptional events. This is exceptional events and notice of exceptional events, duty to minimize delay, consequences of an exceptional event, optional termination, and release from performance under law, the insurance, 19, that is general requirements. Insurance to be provided by contractor. Then employer, employers and contractors claims, that is claims for payment and or EOT, that is extension of time. And then dispute and arbitration, constitution of DAB, failure to appoint DAB members, avoidance of disputes, obtaining DAB's decision, amicable settlement, arbitration, failure to comply with DAAB's decision, and no debt in place. One appendix, which is general conditions of disputes, avoidance and education, agreement and index of sub-clauses. So this is all this list. Now I have gone through so far, let me say, general conditions with general provisions. We talked of accepted contract amount, advance payment certificate. Let me see clause also in this case, so matter for remember. This is clause 111, accepted contract amount, 112 advance payment certificate, 113 advance payment guarantee, 114 base date, 115 bill of quantities, 116 claims, 117 that is communicate commencement and commencement date, and 118 is compliance verification system, and 119 is condition of contract, these contract conditions, 1110 is contract, then 1111 means it is 1111 contract agreement, 1112 is contract contract date, 113 is contract price, and 1114 is contractor, 115 is contractor's document, and then 1116 is contractor's equipment meeting all and then 1117 is contractor's personnel, 1117 is contractor's personnel, 1118 is contractor's response representative, and 1119 is cost, 1120 is cost plus profit. Then 1121 is country, 1122 is DAB, 1123 is DAB agreement, 1124 is date of completion, and then 1125 is day, then 1126 is day work schedule, 1127 is day defects notification period, DNP, and 1128 is delay damages, 1129 is dispute, and 1130 is drawings, and 1131 is employer, 1133 1132 is employer's equipment, and then 1133 is employer's personal, and then there is 1134 is employer's supplied materials, 1135 is engineer, 1136 is engineer's representative, 1137 is exceptional events, then 1136 is 38 is extension of time EOT, and 1139 is FIDIC, 1140 is final payment certificate, and 1141 is 1140 is final certificate, 142 is foreign currency, 43 is general condition, and 144 is goods, and 1145 is entry payment certificate, 1146 is joint venture or JV, 1147 is JV undertaking, then 1148 is e-personal, 1140 is laws, and 1150 is letter of acceptance, 151 is letter of tender, 152 is local currency, then 1153 is materials, and then 1154 is month, 1155 is no objection, 156 is notice, and 157 is notice of dissatisfaction and NOD, 155 is part, and 1159 is particular conditions, and 1160 is party payment, 161 is a payment certificate, and 1162 is performance certificate, and 1163 is performance security. 1164 is permanent works, 1165 is plant, and 166 is program, 167 is provisional sum, 1168 is QM statement, and then 1169 is retention money, 1170 is review, 1171 is schedules, and 1172 is schedule of payments. Then 1173 selection, 1174 is site, and 1175 is spatial provisions, and 1176 is specification, 1177 is statement, and 1178 is subcontractor, and 1179 is taking over certificate, 1180 is temporary work, then 1181 is tender, 1182 is tender and test after completion, and 1183 is test on completion. Then we should say this is 1182 is test after completion, and 1183 is test on completion, and 1184 time for completion. And time for completion, and 1185 is under unforeseeable, and which means okay, then it's 1186 is variation, 118 is works, and 1183 is years. Then 1188 is year of thermal losses. Then 1185 is unforeseeable, 1186 is variation, 1188 is, and then 1180 is year. Then if you go further, you'll find all this. Then it is about 1.5. This is 1.5 and variety of documents which it says, and then 1.5 and 1. So this is contract agreement, 1 assignment, 1.8 is care and support of documents. Then delayed drawings project, delayed drawing and delayed drawings of instruments, and there are instructions or instructions. An employer's use of a contractor document, and then it is contractor's use of employer's documentation, and after that is, you can say, after that is compliance with laws. Compliance with laws. Okay, this is compliance with laws, that is 113. And 114 is joint and several liability, 115 is limitation of liability, and then 1121 is like here. And then 24 employer, right of access to site. Others. 22 assistants. 22 assistants. And 25 employer is personal Employers, personal and on other contractors, employer, personal and other contractors. 2.4 employer is a financial arrangement. Then site data in terms of residence, this is 5. Then it is engineer duties and authority. Research duties and authority lists then 3 engineers representative and 3 4 delegation by engineer and 3 5 engineers instructions and 3 6 replacement of engineer and 3 7 is as agreement of determination. Then there is another one. This is the title is here meetings. It is 3 8 and then contractors. It's 4 1 contractors general obligation. Then performance security. Performance security and then it is contractors representative and like that contractors documents. Then for 5 training, 4 6 the cooperation, setting out is 6 7. Then health and safety obligations for 8. For 9 is quality management and compliance verification system. And then use of site data for 10. Sufficiency of accepted contract and amount, that is for 1 unforeseeable physical conditions for 1 2. And adjustable anti-interference. Then avoidance of interference and that is 414 and then access house. Now then I'll go back and see what we were doing. If you remember what I was talking yesterday, it was in this point I can say as I was talking yesterday about engineers. I was talking about in this 3 3 talking in that 3 3. As angel representative, I explained something about my from my notes, that's of books, actually published book is, and I was up to some extent able to explain to you what should be done by engineer. And that book again I refer to you, which page was I remember that it was up to I think I don't know what I am talked of this. Let me wait. I just show you. So I think up to point 50 I had told from this book. Point 50, and I remember point 50, and I would not like to see PowerPoint because it's chance of tearing. So I have cleared up many pages of the book, just one page, and I don't want to. Oh, it's gone. I have not a copy of this book presently, so I would like to show if I can, not necessarily, but I'll try. Let me see if I can. I'm so sorry that I can show it now. This is the book actually. Building practice, civil engineering practice, management, management state of art, contracts and schemes, swimming pool, etc. This is the book. It was published in '96. So in this, I explained to you about various activities that engineers representative or resident engineer should take for as a part of work and continue on that for something because there are so many activities left and if you I can't go to all activities now, it will take a lot of time. It will take at least 15 minutes more if I go back. And I think I don't have that much time. So I'll start from 50 onwards and 50 was that resident engineer shall, when I say resident engineer, this is representative engineer. Resident engineer shall ascertain final cost oblique value of work under various contracts and advise engineer on variations on cost. Then resident engineer shall keep engineer informed of all developments taking place on site as explained and not limited to that only. Then resident engineer shall witness all operations, tests on his systems, testing and commissioning, and also as in electrical and plumbing and drainage systems with help of specialist engineers. And of course, this engineer shall check room by room satisfactory completion of all elements included in construction for contract prescriptions and keep records of records of acceptances of all rooms one by one based on comments of specialists as same records shall form part of taking over from contractor for practical completion of for, for, for purpose of maintenance. Now, I think it'll take another 15-20 minutes to see all this and then we'll talk about. Then it is then I say resident here. This is a representative engineer. This or I can say RE also doesn't matter. Then resident engineer shall see that agent or site agents all are responsible. This personnel are on site during execution of operations to dispose of duties satisfactory in interest of job. Otherwise, shall give opportunity to them for improvements and make personal discussions with agent and should pursue material within engineer to ask contractor to take off of any of personal data, uh, any of personal from site due to being inefficient or other place. Now we'll go further. This I am speaking just for a moment from my book. It's not from FIDIC. This is in between. FIDIC is just definition. This I'm telling you support explanation. This is from my own reference book and not from FIDIC. And this is now resident engineer shall listen to contractor or agent calmly and look into proposals and suggestions if found conforming to standards recommended to engineers for approval subject to no additional cost, but if possible, make a saving. Then resident engineer, let me keep it here, I think better. I can't keep it up. No, there's a problem here. Let me keep it here. Then resident engineer shall request contractor's agent to provide method statement for a particular disputed operation or activity on site, and on being satisfied, permit same to be applied on risk and contractor's cost for making good in case of unsatisfactory performance done on site. This resident engineer shall issue authorization letter to contractor for purpose of coordination with statutory bodies, organizations on request of contractor. Same way he shall assist agent in all such matters that shall be help, helpful in job, though not in part of his responsibility, but to develop best working relations on site in site sequence. Sorry. Then Revenue shall issue an authorization letter to contractor for purpose of coordinations with statutory bodies, organizations on request of contractor. Same way he shall assist agent in all such matters that shall be helpful in job, though not a part of its responsibility, but to develop best working relations on site in manner of contracts. Then I go next one, and that's resident engineer and his staff should not accept gifts and bribes of any kind or any other gratification which may equally amount to acceptance as a bribe, accept seasonal greetings and best wishes on birthdays of any other successful day or on festivals from social and professional viewpoint. Hmm. Then a resident engineer shall ask inspector or clerk of a CW to meet daily and report progress on site daily. Even I don't know, I am lazy. I should not be lazy because it's my own right that I have to do that. Well, so I say resident engineer shall ask an inspector of a clerk of work, inspector or clerk of works to meet daily and report progress on site diary or resident engineer and activities to progress and discuss problems and if possible in presence of agent. Site diary has some format. which I told before also. For example, it says today what, tomorrow activity was, today activity was, who are present, how many people are present, staff presence, machine present, material came, visitors came, did not come, what activities are ongoing, uploads of this, all that is information inside diary. Now it has been fractured into many information. Side diary also required to fill that time, but who I require here, I know. So I don't even accept that side areas are restrictive. Then you can say in that case, you have to fill this site diary pro forma for purpose of all to see what's happening, what's not happening. And I had this pro forma here, but I don't know where it is now. I have to search it out. Only then I can show you. Otherwise, it's maybe ahead it is. I can't go there now. Then you can say it says the resident engineer shall ask the inspector or a clerk of work to meet daily and report progress on site diary of resident engineer and activities in progress and discuss problems and if possible in presence of agent. Resident engineer shall request the site agent to keep him informed of all developments of progress and daily job record, weekly performance record. Of course, shall see that specialist engineers to take timely actions to scrutinize and solve technical disputes occurred on site due to any reason. Then, it shall not consider specifications, volumes as religious books or guides as not to permit any variation or aberrations. Actually, practical point should immediately it's like it is let me be here. Yeah, I can actually I took care that's past I think. Yeah. I at handling is everything. Then I say resident engineer shall not consider specification volumes as religious guide as not to permit any variation or aberration. Actually, practical point should inevitably be considered and should be specifications. Should the specifications are not deviated, contractor suggestion may be considered depending on merits of case. The resident engineer shall ascertain that contractor is not being harassed and no injustice done to contractor and contractors should give should give should give that residents should ascertain the contractor is not being harassed and no injustice done to him and contractor should give same in return. Resident engineer shall maintain a personal diary. It's nonsense here. Resident engineer should maintain a personal diary and make entries worth remembrance on that and meeting with important persons in connection to job and notice in brief of discussions held and of was kept pending or any or suspend. Let's go home. This look at calendar. Yes, was kept pending or any significant point which shall help in future for reference and recollection in case some point comes up later in discussion. So let me repeat this 64. Ari shall maintain a personal diary and make entries what remembrance on that and meeting with important persons in. Okay, next one is 65. A resident here shall see that that proper filing system is maintained by secretary. It is worth mentioning here that resident engineers, contractor, and all concerned must be explicitly instructed. Well, residents shall see that proper filing system is maintained by secretary. It is worth mentioning here that resident engineer, contractor, and all concerned must be explicitly instructed and informed by engineer regarding powers and authorities delegated in resident engineer for contract operations. So, so the correct approach be maintained made by contractor and all linked concerned persons on a contractor. Then go further. 68. Resident engineer main duty is to watch and check workmanship, examine and material used. Resident engineer shall act in manner as an agent of engineer and therefore in all major matters. Then I'll say resident shall see that proper filing system is maintained by secretary. It's worth mentioning here that presently contractor and all concerned must be explicitly instructed and informed by engineer uh, regarding powers and authorities delegated to resident engineer for contract operations. So correct approach be made by contractor and all linked concerned persons on contract. Then RE's main duty is to watch and check the workmanship and materials used and act in a manner as an agent of engineer. Therefore, therefore, in all major matters, he must refer to his superior, particularly in disputed case, and always bear in mind that engineer is responsible for actions taken by 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 professional engineer or by. Then you can say Main duty was to check workmanship and material use and act in a manner as an agent of engineer, and therefore all major matters accounts refer to superior, particularly in dispute. If this will case, a resident engineer shall always do, bear in mind that now what to say means shall always bear in mind that engineer is responsible for actions taken by him and staff, and in addition, engineer's responsibility becomes unlimited when he is a specialist of same profession as job or law, which means should RE acts negligently in founding a building which results in a collapse, engineer who himself is consulting one will be held responsible and honor user may run aside. This means should the resident engineer is act negligently in founding a building which results in a collapse, engineer who himself is a consulting engineer will be held responsible and honor a user may show engineer for thing not less of building. And, now, where engineer is in employment of employer, then this means should resident engineer act negligently in founding a building which results in a collapse, engineer who himself is a consulting engineer shall be held responsible and honor may use. Let's go further. Where engineer is in employment, engineer himself, who is a consultant engineer, will be held responsible and honor user may show engineer for losses of buildings and all the damages. Any persons by injured or dead to be compensated by compensation may be that all wealth, properties, assets of engineer be attached found guilty, negligent of duty. Let me see. Where engineer is in employment shall be responsible for all actions of agent and servant. Come on then. Now we'll continue this. I think it's very long list. In fact, I, I can take a lot of time on that. No problem. One of the page will finish it soon. In case engineer issues an instruction to contractor and contractor considers that the instruction constitutes a variation on higher side as extras and instruction is silent for that extra, it's up to contractor to carry out or not to carry out instruction or inform engineer and resident engineer about constitution of variation as extra in, in referral. And then you say it's up to contractor to carry out or not to carry out instruction or information of engineer and resident engineer about constitution of variation as extra in refer, refer instructions and should have it. Okay, now go further. Now RE has no power to sanction extra other than those which are unavoidable. RE has got no power to sanction extra other than those which are unavoidable due to site conditions and for which also resident engineer shall seek permission of engineer and adjustable against prime sum provision. It's also said that the engineer and thus his resident engineer acts as an arbitrator between employer and construction company and applicable insofar as an arbitrator between employer and construction contractor and applicable insofar as contract conditions permit otherwise unsolved disputes shall be referred to arbitration by appointment of an arbitrator on consent of both parties to contract for Indian law, national law, arbitration, or related country where work is carried out. And representative engineers should make impartial decisions should make impartial decision and act accordingly and shall not accept options of employer or contractor but listen to them and form own options based on suggestions. Exactly like engineer, resident engineer is appointed for special skills in engineering and knowledge which he is bound to apply to matter out before him. All decisions must be based on what proficiency and consequently decisions taken by engineer in absence of reference to a clause. To appoint an arbitrator taken by engineer in absence for reference to clause to appoint an arbitrator. Clause shall be binding on employer and construction contractor and be considered final. Now, employer hires an engineer for services of making building, and in so far as engineer acts honestly and with ethics in profession and apply his least expected skills with normal competence, hmm, employer must accept decision made by engineer. Resident engineer has to keep in mind or in his view that no contract exists between construction contractor and engineer, but employer and construction contractor and the works have to be carried out to entire satisfaction of engineer and construction contractor has to execute correct contract of construction done to. Now, a resident to keep in mind on his will that no contract exists between construction contract and major, but the employer and his construction contract and works have to be carried out in the entire satisfaction of engineer, and the construction contract has to be has to execution of contract of construction so far engineer does not act in as and acts or has not acted fraudulently, deceitfully in collision, collision with employer beyond warranted authority or under suspicion. A resident engineer should not misrepresent knowingly, without belief in truth, or carelessly, and should exercise the same virtues as engineer in supervision or supervising, measuring works, extra works, preparations of post-contract drawings, estimates, variation, other. All right. Let's move further. Uh, a resident area should not be misrepresented knowingly without belief in truth or carelessly, and they should exercise the same return, same virtues as engineering supervision or supervising, measuring works, extra works, preparation of post cost drawings, estimates, valuation orders, and within terms of agreement between employer and engineer. A resident engineer must note that requirement of employer so that engineer be guided to conform with regulations in case employer being a statutory body and take care not to accept favors from contractors and not let matter be state to this project. Then failing to remind engineer for the operation of penalty clause in case of legal damage in case of delay or any other reason or accepting qualification, conforming to conditions of which where clause shall be and is operative to that imposition. Final certificate is issued or recommended shall count to negligence on part of engineer for not respecting penalty or any other money from valuation process. Now, resident engineer should not accept substandard materials for manship unless engineer signals clearance for that. Engineer has to present to buyer or user the owner a completed contract in all respects and manners. The resident engineer must question variations at time of proposal of alternatives by construction contractor and shall avoid misunderstanding on part of construction contractor or the, then I can say resident engineer must question variation at time of proposal of alternatives by construction contractor and shall avoid misunderstanding on part of construction contractor that expects extra payments in case of construction contractor is not notified about the defects. It shall be understood that work is in general is satisfactory as far as workmanship standards are concerned. Okay. In case employer takes over part of work before complete practical completion of completion of contract as a whole, resident here has to check amount of deterioration due to wear and tear to be tear of taken over works. Construction contractor shall not be supposed to maintain that part of handed or handed over works for additional period as final completion shall be given on. Now, resident engineer must be careful in forwarding estimates of additional works to the employer directly or through engineer as a responsibility for taking over shall go to engineer ultimately. Now, resident engineer should refer matters on which he does not possess special skill to engineer or his specialist and wait instructions and comments. We shall see that his assistants are fully instructed at all times and every junior engineer draws as much experience from job as possible. to enhance his learning withstanding non errors by human but sure assist, assistant. Should be but should assistant realize reiterate mistakes, then resident engineer shall take necessary actions. Now, contractual legal aspect, what actually it is now, it's an important aspect, which I am going to discuss on this page, maybe, or maybe, how many pages is this? I think this is, well, this is small. Now it says resident engineer is not a competent engineer as far as management contract is concerned, but an agent of engineer for engineer and cannot exercise his judgments but to exercise supervision control for job designed by engineer. Resident engineer cannot deviate or their drawings, act as arbitrators, sanction extras, and act as final judge in disputes regarding to workmanship and signatures are significantly significant to engineer only. Now, practically on site and per general conditions of contract for exit celebrations. Uh, then practically on site and for general conditions of contract for site operations, all responsibilities of control are fully delegated to resident engineer, who is treated as a chief person on site, and without whom nothing can move, and multitude of problems solved by him, but all on responsibilities of engineer. Does it not look like ridiculous as post carries so much attraction for engineers in field, but value in real term is nil. Now there are some technical duties that resident is required to do. For example, architectural engineering consultants, then structural structural engineer and consultant, then civil works engineers consultant, and then mechanical engineers consultant, then electrical engineers consultant, plumbing engineer consultant, quality engineer consultant, quality engineer, and then office staff. All this. This will talk later on, which also are directly linked to duties of resident engineer. So I now move on to official FIDIC. Now here I unquote my book and continue on this because I cannot take one time all this long list and should be respected accordingly. And now moving on to FIDIC explanations. FIDIC talks in around 1.5 hours because explanation was also very important. Without explanation, you cannot just understand anything. In FIDIC, I was on you know I was in chapter of engineers representative. Now I'm going back to my desktop of was in contracting somewhere. I remember contractor I had explained. Then I think performance security I had explained, and then I had explained contractors representative, then contractors documents, and then in that training I had explained, cooperation I had explained, setting out to I explained. I think I was at error somewhere, and health and safety obligations. I was at this point. I remember 4.8. This is health and safety obligations. Now, contractor shall comply with all applicable health and safety regulations and laws. For your information, I have already delivered certain videos related to health and safety, HSE, and ergonomics. You can see these URLs available on text of this video and every video. If you are interested, you can go there and see. These are many talks on health, safety, environment, which are of much significance for every engineer. These are related to civil, electrical, and mechanical activities, and of course, health, use of energy in your office. So these talks are available there in English. If you want, you can go there. You can an interest. This is very boring, of course, but learning is very interesting because boring is learned excellently. It is, if you can find time, no, you may not be busy after some days when you go to offices. But sight people have a duty to keep learning, learning, and learning. Then this is now it says contractor shall comply with all applicable health and safety regulations and laws. B. Comply with all applicable health and safety obligations specified in contract. C. Comply with all deliveries. Comply with all the directives issued by contractors, health and safety officers appointed under subclause 6.7 health and safety of personnel. They take care of health and safety of all persons entitled to be on site and other places, if any, where works are being executed, and keep site works and other places, if any, where works are being executed, clear of unnecessary obstruction so as to avoid danger to these persons. And they take care of health and safety of all persons entitled to be on site and other places where works are being executed. We keep site works and other places where work is being executed clear of unnecessary obstruction so as to avoid danger to these persons. And this activity is actually called tidy, keep site tidy, house clean, housekeeping, and housekeeping. F is provide fencing, lighting, safe access, guarding, and watching of a one time works until works are taken over under clause 10, employers taking over, and to any part of works where contractor is executing outstanding works or remedying any defects during DNP hmm, and G, provide any temporary works including roadways, footways, guards, and fences, which may be necessary because of execution of works for use and protection of public and of owners and occupiers of adjacent land and property. Within 21 days of commencement date and before commencing any construction on site, contractor shall submit to engineer for information a health and safety manual which has been specifically prepared for works, site and other places where contractor intends to execute works. Then site and other contractor shall submit to engineer for information health and safety manual which has been specifically prepared for works, site and other places where contractor intends to execute works. This manual shall be in addition to any other similar document required under applicable health and safety regulations and laws. Health and safety manual shall set out all health and safety requirements. Then these requirements, one, is stated in specifications, two, that comply with all contractors' health and safety obligations under contract, and three, that are necessary to effect and maintain health and safe working environment for persons entitled to be on site and other places where works are being executed. This manual shall be revised as necessary by contractor or contractor's health and safety officer or at reasonable request of engineer. Each revision of manual shall be submitted promptly to engineer. Now, that are necessary to effect, maintain a healthy and safe working environment for all persons entitled to be on site at other places if anywhere works are being executed. This manual shall be revised as necessary by contractor or contractor's health and safety officer or at reasonable request of engineer. Each revision of manual shall be submitted promptly to engineer. Actually, they are talking of safety plan of a site. They are saying manual, this doesn't matter, safety plan for all activities to be conducted on site. In addition to reopening, in addition to reporting, requirement of subparagraph G to G of subclause 420, progress, progress reports, contractor shall submit to engineer Submit to engineer immediately. Engineer details of any accidents as soon as practicable after its occurrence and in time of an accident causing serious injury or death shall inform engineer immediately. Contractor shall, as stated in specifications, and as engineer may reasonably require, maintain records and make reports in compliance with applicable health and safety regulations and laws concerning concerning health and safety of the. Now let me repeat this last one better. Contractor shall have stated in specifications that an engineer may reasonably require, maintain records and make reports in compliance with applicable health safety regulations and laws concerning health and safety of persons and whatever damage to property. Just for information, I would like to give you what I actually do last time against the. Now we move to, let us see what was actually was talking about in this case. Let me just brief you about this. Let me open file again. Actually, close that file. I didn't. I'll explain to you about this safety. This is which I, of course, this is I have this file here which I put there, in which I am saying that in this file I'm giving you in that it is one is seminar paper that is available on the script. There are some sketches that is www.script.com document 430652697 IIHSC seminar date 10/2019 sketches, which is giving many safety sketches. Then ergonomics is there. This is also script.com document. In this ergonomics is defined, and then what is index as an ergonomics dot u r dot okay, and then ergonomics in construction, ergonomics for construction workers, journals for ergonomics, and in German is ergonomics in construction. Then there are different URLs here. One URL is for construction environment control, the other is hazard controls, HSC's control, confined space control entry, HSC road safety and vehicles operation, reward system, then compressed gas cylinder, then heat stress, safe practice, disciplinary environment, then so this is construction environment and hazard controls, so confined space entry, road safety and vehicle operations, reward system, compressed gas cylinders, heat stress, safe practices, disciplinary enforcement, safe work inspection, audits, plants, facility project, And these are in continuation to previous one. I not put in previous one. There is, this is there are many more designations in this, and about total 27 or 34 talks are there. 34, 34, 34, eventual talks are there, and that is regarding health, safety, environment. The This was one was on 3rd September 2019. Second was on 5th September 2019. Third, then there was 6-9, and then 7-9, and 7-9, and 8-9, and 10-9, like this. All these talks are available there. This is then I can't stay URL here. And if you want to see URLs, I'll put their URLs as well. But there's some mix up in that. Yeah, also there's no problem. This is what I'm saying about. This is the safety talks, and this in the safety talk, I have covered generally all buildings and many other areas. There are many sketches in that. If you can go see that different talks are there. I use some method statements. Actually, it's in form of method statements how to write. For example, excavations are there different types of excavations, and then feedback filling about is there, and also grouting and how to do excavation foundations. And generally slab work is there, and how to go on to higher heights without ladder. There is. Now we'll go further onto this, that is our 4-9, which is quality management, because I have taken safety and told you what to do. This is also from my publication in one book online, that is safety. Actually, I had prepared lot estimates, lot method statements, and this is for generally all construction items. All items in a way safety should be cared about. There's various chapters are there. If you have time, you can go to that. But if you cannot find, he's thinking of opening a shop there. That's why. Now, quality management and compliance verification systems. Quality management systems. It's 4-9 compliance verification systems. This is where it is, and it's very important, of course. Main is quality management system, which is 491. What does it say? We have to understand very well. Contractors shall prepare and implement a QM system, a quality management system, to demonstrate compliance with requirements of contract. Quality management system shall be specifically prepared for works and submitted to engineer within 28 days of commencement date. This is quality management system. QM system shall be specifically prepared for works and submitted to engineer within 28 days of commencement date. Thereafter, whenever QM system is updated or revised, a copy of that shall promptly be submitted to engineer. This quality management system shall be in accordance with details stated in specifications, and it shall include contractors' procedures to ensure that all notices and other communications under subclause 1.3 notices on other communications, contractors' documents as built in if all right, we go further. Or says a QM system shall be in accordance with details stated in the specification, if any, and shall include contractors' procedures. Actually, this is very important part to ensure that all notices and other communications under subclass 1.3 notices and other communications, contractors' documentation as built, drawings if applicable, operations and maintenance manuals if applicable, and contractors' records can be traced with full certainty of works. Goods work. Now we further move on this uh, to ensure that all notices and other communications under subclass 1.3 notices and other communications, contexts documents as built records if applicable, operations and maintenance manuals if applicable, and contemporary records can be traced with full certainty to works, goods, works, workmanship, or test to where they relate. Now let's jump onto something. To ensure proper coordination and management of interfaces between stages of execution of works and between subcontractors, and for submission of contractors' documents to engineer for review. Engineer may review quality management system and may give a notice to contractor stating that extent to which it does not comply with contract within 14 days. Contract within 14 days. Now, within 14 days after receiving this notice, contractors shall revise quality management system to rectify such non-compliance if engineer does not give such a notice within 21 days of date of submission of quality management system. Engineer shall be deemed to have given a notice of no objection. Engineer may at any time give a notice to contractor stating that extent to which contractor is failing to correctly implements quality management system, contractor's activities under contract after receiving this notice, contractor shall immediately remedy such failures. Contractors shall carry out internal audits of quality management system regularly and at least once every 6 months. Contractors shall submit to engineer a report listing results of each internal audit within 7 days of completion. Each report shall include, where appropriate, proposed measures to improve and or rectify the OQM system and or its implementation. Contractor is required by contractor. If contractor is required by contractor's quality assurance certification to be subject to external audit, contractor shall immediately give a notice to engineer describing any describing any failing identified in any external audit. If contract is a joint venture, obligations shall apply to each member of the venture. 492 Compliance Verification System. Contractors shall prepare and implement a compliance verification system. Contractors shall prepare and implement a compliance verification system to demonstrate that design, if any, materials, employers supplied materials, part, plant work and workmanship comply in each respect with contract. Compliance verification system shall be in accordance with details stated in specification and shall include a method for reporting results of all inspections and tests carried out by contractor. In event where that any inspection or test identifies a non-compliance with the contract, subclause 7.5, defects and rejection shall apply. Contractor shall prepare and submit to engineer a complete set of compliance verification documentation for works or section as case may be. Now let's go further. Uh, Contractor shall prepare and submit to engineer a complete set of compliance verification documentation for works or section as case may be, fully compiled and collated in manner described in specification, or if not so described, in a manner acceptable to engineer. And now 493 general provisions. Compliance with QM system, quality management system or compliance verification system shall not relieve contractor from any duty, obligation, responsibility under or in connection with contracts. Now, now it's 410. There is use of site data. Use of site data. Contractor shall be responsible for interpreting all data referred to under subclass 2.5 site data and items of reference. to extent which was practicable, taking account of cost and time, contractors shall be deemed to have obtained all necessary information as to risks, contingencies, and other circumstances which may influence or affect tender or works. To same extent, contractors shall be deemed to have inspected and examined site, access to site, surroundings, above data and other available information. Says that again, extent to which was practicable, taking account of cost and time, contractors shall be deemed to have obtained all necessary information as to risks, contingencies, and other circumstances which may influence or affect tender or works. To same extent contractors shall be deemed to have inspected and examined offsite. Now, we go further in this. Extent to which practically taking account of cost and time, contractors shall be deemed to have obtained all necessary information as to risk, contingencies, or circumstances which may influence or affect tender or works. To same extent, contractors shall be deemed to have inspected and examined site, access to site, its surroundings, above data and other available information, and to have been satisfied before submitting tender as to all matters relevant to execution of works, including now these are described below. A, form and nature of site, including subsurface conditions. Then it is A, that is the form and nature of site, including subsurface condition. B, hydrological and climatic conditions and effects of climate conditions at site. C, extent and nature of work and goods necessary for execution of works. D, laws, procedures, and labor practice of country. D, E, contractors' requirements for access, accommodation, facilities, personal, power, transport, water, and or other any other utilities of devices. Then it is 411, sufficiency of accepted contract amount. That is sufficiency of accepted contract amount. Before that, I'm jumping to this. I like to explain this actually use of site data. Now we talked of site data. Actually, it is something else also, because this is a lump sum contract. Site data, whatever is defined by client or employer or laboratory or something, That is directive, that's indicative. It doesn't guarantee anything because you are contractor, you are maybe EPC or non-EPC. You are going to give warranty of your work. It's lump sum fixed price contract. According to what designs are there, you have to do it. This means whatever data is available according to documents, now with documents, this does not mean anything. Based on this, of course, punish or produce some items that punishment is good. Alright, now it's because I'm just trying to tell whatever data is available on site, you have to go to yourself to see, then ensure what's actually there. For example, water, can you get there or no? What about drinking water? What about construction water? What about other water? What about excavation? It is rock or it's not rock? Maybe you have to conduct surveys again. What is position of surrounding locality? What sort of people are these? Can you get some local material? Can you get some rented resources from the machines from these? Or what is access to site? Or you have to make access road? What type of environment is these? You have to inquire about if you don't know. These would help in assessment of your cost, estimation of your cost. You cannot claim anything based on that. It's clearly given to you. Go to site and see what you can do. Not once, not twice. It's up to you how many. Yes, you have to go to attend meeting with client. That's okay. You're going for meeting. You can raise questions based on, or you can during meeting itself get questions. You can raise questions related to drawings also. Yeah, you can raise questions about visit, about what government is going to provide, what is future development in coming time. Maybe this tender takes 1 year or 6 months. Within that, is there some ideas? So you should confuse Modi's time. Modi's time cannot solve problems. Cannot solve problems. So don't leave it anything to chance. We don't want to take any chance. After all, they are going to offer lump sum price, and it can affect our quote, our our estimate. And we should not, particularly excavation is very very risky job, where we have to excavate whole site. Suppose maybe there are basements. You cannot. There's a good landscape. In case there are some countries I've seen, there's some areas very rocky, hard rock, soft rock. Some areas not. It's a plain area, and your soil injection may not tell anything. It may, or maybe it was done long back. Who knows? And how can you depend on that? And you have to ensure this is all your job. Excavation. Suppose there is rock, and you take soft soil into consideration, or your information is wrong. It's very expensive in that case. These points must be considered. Each and every point you can extract from information available on site would do better in your tender, in your bid, which should be best made use of. And if you can do that, you shall be a successful person. I explain to you later on in all this in details. Now I move to I move to 4.4.11, that is sufficiency of accepted documents. So Yes, the same thing. Sufficiency of contract document, contract amount. Now, contractor shall be deemed to have satisfied himself or herself as to correctness and sufficiency of accepted contract amount. Whatever contract amount you did, you are responsible for that. It should be sufficient to cover cost of everything. That's going to be spent because you have to spend, come what may. You can't avoid that. Have based accepted contract amount on data. Interpretations, necessary informations, inspections, examinations, and satisfaction as to all relevant matters described in subclause 410, use of site data. Unless otherwise stated in contract, accepted contract amount shall be deemed to cover all contractor's obligations under contract and all things necessary for for proper execution of works and cases. Yes. Now, this is what I said. Accepted contract amount. In last conclusion, this was unless otherwise stated in contract, accepted contract amount shall be deemed to cover all contractor's obligations under contract and all things necessary for proper execution of works in accordance with with contract. Then it is 412 unforeseen physical conditions. Unforeseen physical conditions. In this subclause, physical conditions means natural physical conditions and physical obstructions, natural or man-made, and pollutants which contractor encounters at site during execution of works, including subsurface and hydrological conditions, but excluding climate conditions at site and affects affects affects, that's most important, on progress and or increased cost of execution of works. Following procedures shall apply, and that is 412.1 contractor's notice. Contractor's notice. After discovery of such physical conditions, contractor shall give a notice to engineer, which shall a be given as soon as practicable and in good time to give engineer opportunity to inspect and investigate physical conditions promptly and before they are disturbed. Good matter. B. Describe physical conditions so that they can be inspected and or investigated promptly by engineer. C. Set out reasons why contractor considers physical conditions to be unforeseeable. And D. Describe manner in which physical conditions will have an adverse effect on progress and or increase cost of executable of works. 4.12.2. This was 4.12.1. Context knowledge. This is engineers inspection and investigation. Engineers inspection and investigation. Engineers shall inspect and investigate physical conditions within 7 days or a longer period agreed with contractor after receiving contractor's notice. Contractor shall continue execution of works using such proper and reasonable measures as are appropriate for physical conditions and be to able engineer to inspect and investigate them. 4.12.3. Engineer's instructions. Contractor shall comply with any instructions which engineer may give for dealing with physical conditions, and if such instructions constitute a variation, subclause 13.3.1, variation by instructions shall apply. Then 4.12.4, 4.12.4. Delay and or cost. If and to extent that a contractor suffers delay and or incurs cost due to these physical conditions, having complied with subclass 4.12.1 to 4.12.3 above, contractor shall be entitled, subject to subclass 20.2, claims for payment and or EOT and or payment of subcost. 4.12.5. Agreement or determination of delay and or cost. Agreement or determination under subclass 20.2.5. Agreement or determination of claim of any claim under subclass 4.12.2.4. Delay and or cost shall include consideration of whether and if so, to what extent physical conditions were unforeseeable. Engineer may also review whether other physical conditions in similar parts of works were more favorable than could reasonably have been foreseen by base date. If and to extent that these more favorable conditions were encountered, engineer may take account of reduction in cost which were due to these conditions in calculating additional cost to be agreed or determined under the subclass 4.12.5. However, net effect of all additions and reductions under this subclause 412.5 shall not result in net reduction in contract price. Engineer may take account of any evidence of physical conditions foreseen by contractor by base date, which contractor may include in supporting particulars for claim under subclause 20 to for fully detailed claim, but shall not be bound by any such evidence. This clause for what? This was unforeseen physical conditions, sufficiency of part, unforeseen physical conditions. All right, then we'll move to rights of way and facilities. That is 413. Rights of way and facilities. Contractor shall bear all costs and charges for special and or temporary rights of way which might be required for purposes of works, including those for access to site. Contractor shall also obtain at contractor's risk and cost any additional facilities outside site which may be required for purpose of works. 414. Avoidance of interference. Contractors shall not interfere unnecessarily or improperly with convenience of public, access to and use and occupation of roads and footpaths, irrespective of whether they are public or in possession of employer or of others. Contractor shall indemnify a home employer harmless against and from all damages, losses, and expenses, including legal fees and expenses resulting from any such unnecessary or improper interference. Then 415. Access routes. Contractors shall be deemed to have been satisfied at base date as to suitability and availability of access routes to site. Contractor shall take all necessary measures to prevent any road or bridge from being damaged by contractor's traffic or by contractor's personnel. These measures shall include proper use of appropriate vehicles conforming to legal load and with limits if any and any other restrictions and rules except as otherwise stated in these conditions. Again, I say this paragraph. Contractors shall be deemed to have been satisfied at base date as to suitability and availability of access routes to site. Contractor shall take all necessary measures to prevent any road or bridge from being damaged by contractor's traffic or by contractor's personnel. These measures shall include proper use of appropriate vehicles conforming to legal load and limits if any limits with any and any other restrictions and rules except otherwise stated in these conditions, and that is contractors shall as between parties be responsible for repair of any damage caused to and any maintenance which may be required for contractor's use of access routes. Contractor Contractor shall provide all necessary signs and directions along access routes and shall obtain permissions or permits which may be required from relevant authorities for contractors' use of routes, signs, and directions. Employer shall not be responsible for any third-party claims which may arise from contractors' use or otherwise of any access routes. Employer does not guarantee suitability or availability of particular access routes. All costs due to known suitability or known availability for use required by contractor of access routes shall be borne by contractor. To extent that known suitability or known availability of an access route arises as a result of changes to that access route by employer or a third party after base date and as a result of contractor suffering suffers delay. Now says that extended non-suitability or non-availability of access road arises as a result of changes to that access road by employer or a third party after base date and as a result of contractor suffers delays or incurs cost. Contractor shall be entitled subject to subclass 22 claims for payment under EOT and payment of such cost. Repeat, to extend that non-suitability or non-availability of an access route arises as a result of changes to that access route by employer or a third party after base date and as a result contractor suffers delay and or incurs cost, contractors shall be entitled subject to subcosts 22 claims for payment and EOT and payment of such cost. 416, that is transport and of goods. Transport of goods. Transport of goods. So we say it. Transport of goods. Contractor shall A. give a notice to engineer not less than 21 days before date on which any plant or a major item of other goods as stated in specifications will be delivered to site. B. Be responsible for packing, loading, transporting, receiving, unloading, work, unloading strong and protection all goods and other things required for works. So first is give a notice to engineer not less than 21 days before date on which plant or a major item of other goods as stated in specification shall be delivered to site. B. Be responsible for packing, loading, transporting, receiving, unloading, storing, and protecting all goods and other things required for works. C. Be responsible for customs, clearance, permits, fees, and charges related to import, transport, and handling of all goods, including all obligations. All obligations, right? All obligations necessary for their delivery to site. So, be responsible customs clearance, permits, fees, and changes and charges are related to import, transport, and handling of all goods, including all obligations necessary for their delivery to site. Then they indemnify and hold employer harmless against and from all damages, losses, and expenses, including legal fees and expenses resulting from import. So this is about, let me see again, indemnify and hold employer harmless against and from all damages, losses, and expenses, including legal fees and expenses, resulting from import, transport, and handling of all goods, and shall negotiate and pay all third party. All right, then now come on. So, indemnify and hold employer harmless against and from all damages, losses, and expenses, including legal fees and expenses resulting from import, transport, and handling of all goods, and shall negotiate and pay all third party claims arising from their import, transport, and handling. Then, 417 contractors' equipment. Contractors' equipment. Contractors shall be responsible for all contractors' equipment when brought onto site. Contractors' equipment shall be deemed to be exclusively intended for execution of works. Contractors shall not remove from site whatever whatever major items of contractors' equipment without engineer's consent. However, consent shall not be required for vehicles transporting goods or contractors' personnel off-site. In addition to any notice given under subclass 4 to 16, transport of goods, transport of goods, contractors shall give a notice to engineer of date on which major item of contractor's equipment has been delivered to site. This notice shall be given in 7 days of delivery date, shall identify whether item of contractor equipment. Now, however, consent shall not be required for vehicles, transportation, goods, or contracts of personnel off-site. In addition to any notice given under subclass 416 transport of goods, contractor shall give a notice to engineer of date on which major item of contractor's equipment has been delivered to site. This notice shall be given within 7 days of delivery date, shall identify whether item of contractor's equipment is owned by contractor or a subcontractor or another person, and if rented or leased, shall identify rental or leasing entity. Then 418, protection of environment. Protection of environment. This is very important clause. Actually, this is very important for site. Contractors shall take all necessary measures to A. Protect environment both on and off site. B. Comply with comply with environment impact statement for work if and C. Limit damage and nuisance to people and property resulting from pollution, noise, and other results of contractors' operations and activities. Now we go in this environment, which is very important one. A. Protect environment both off and outside. B. Comply with environment impact statement for works if and C. Limit damage and nuisance to people and property resulting from pollution, noise, and other results of contractors' operations and activities. Contractors shall ensure that emissions, surface discharges, effluent, and any other pollution or pollutant have limit damage and nuisance to people and property resulting from pollution, noise, and other results of contractors' operations and activities. Contractors shall ensure that emissions, surface discharges, effluent, and any other pollutants from contractors' activity shall exceed neither values indicated in specifications for nor those positions. Then say contractor shall ensure that emissions, surface discharges, effluent, and any other pollutants from contact activity shall exceed neither value indicated in the specifications nor those prescribed by applicable laws. Then it is for 19 temporary utilities. Temporary utilities. Temporary utilities. Contractor shall accept as stated below be responsible for provision of all temporary utilities, including electricity, gas, telecommunications, water, and other services contractor may require for execution of works. Now, these following provisions of sub-clause shall only apply if as stated in specifications. Employer is to provide utilities for contractors' use. Contractors shall be entitled to use for purposes of works utilities on site for which details and prices are given in specifications. Contractors shall contractors shall at contractors' risk and cost provide any apparatus necessary for contractors' use of these services and for measuring quantities consumed. Apparatus provided for measuring quantities consumed shall be subject to each period of payment status. Okay, then we go further. We'll say says that contractor shall, at contractor's risk and cost, provide any apparatus necessary for contractor's use of these services and for measuring quantities consumed. Apparatus provided for measuring quantities consumed shall be subject to engineer's consent. Quantities consumed, if any, during each period of payment stated in contract data, if not stated early each month, shall be measured by contractor and an amount to be paid by contractor for such long day. So this is, contract shall be entitled to use for purpose of works, utilities of site for which details and prices are given in specifications, contract shall at contract risk and cost provide all this. So it is that one, temporary utilities, then progress reports, 424.20 progress reports, which is of course intelligent point here. Progress reports that would be, and I think now we'll see. This is very important item. This actually values what? It's 4.20 progress report. This is monthly progress reports. Actually, this is can be weekly also. Let's say monthly. Monthly progress reports in format stated in specification, if not stated in a format acceptance to engineer, shall be prepared by contractor and submitted to engineer. Each progress report shall be submitted in one paper or original, one electronic copy, and additional paper copies if required as stated in contract data. First report shall cover period up to end of first month following commencement date. Report shall be submitted monthly thereafter, each within 7 days after last day of month to which it relates. In this case, it says just now it continues. Reporting shall continue until date of completion of works, or if outstanding work is listed in taking over certificate, date on which such outstanding work is completed, unless unless otherwise stated in specification. Each progress report shall include, this is the tier 1, A to H. A to H, let us see what it says. I think maybe same. A, charts, diagrams, and detailed descriptions of progress, including each stage of design by contractor, if any, contractor's documents, procurement, manufacture, delivery to site, construction, erection, and testing. B, photographs and oblique or video recordings showing status of manufacture and of progress on and off site. C, for manufacture of each main item of plant and materials, name of manufacturer, manufacture location, percentage, progress, and actual or expected date of 1. Commencement of manufacture, contractors' inspections, tests and shipment and arrival at site, and this is 1, 2, 3, 4 requirements. The commencement of manufacture, contractors' inspections, tests and shipment and arrival at site. This is a kind of material arrival, material delivery status. material orders and delivery status like that. Then D, details described in subclass 6, then contracts records. E, copies of quality management documents, inspection reports, test results, and compliance verification documentation, including certificates of materials. Then F, a list of variations and any notices given by either party. Then go to uh, this is copies of quality management documents, inspection reports, test results, and compliance verification documents, including certificates and materials. Yes, this is also very important. I will see. We'll see 610 later on. Copies of quality management documents, inspection reports, test results, and compliance verification documentation, including certificates of materials. And F, a list of variations and any notices given by either party under subclass 20 to 1 notice of claim. Notice of claim is something else we'll discuss later on. Then G, health and safety statistics, including details of any hazardous incidents and activities relating to environmental aspects and public relations. And H, comparisons of actual and planned progress. This is most important. Comparisons of actual and planned progress is comparison S curve actually, with details of any events or circumstances which may adversely affect completion of works in accordance with program and time for completion, and measures being or to be adopted to overcome delays. However, nothing stated in any progress report shall constitute a notice under subclause of these conditions. That's true. Nothing can be, there will be no notice and progress report, but it should be more descriptive. I think it should be based on activities. Well, it depends upon engineer and depends upon person working on behalf of contractor how they manage this. This is a very simple statement they have given. Well, these attachments and let's see how much time left. Let's see now. Okay, not much. So I cannot say. I can just say this is important, and this is one is quality management documents, copies of quality management documents, inspection reports, test results, and compliance verification documentation. This is a control point here, and then and then health and safety status. Of course, that's of course a control point. Comparison of realistic and last at once actually should be first one. Comparisons of actual and planned progress with details of events or circumstances which may adversely affect completion of works in accordance with program and time for completion, and measures being to be replaced. Just the paragraph which actually requires so much input for each activity. There may be hundreds of activities in many cases. If there are so many buildings, there will be many hundreds separately. We have to submit that. So it's actually voluminous work, comparison of actual and planned progress, and this paragraph itself is not complete. Well, it depends what to do. People are not doing their job these days. It appears that 421 security of site. Contractors shall be responsible for security of site, and A, for keeping unauthorized persons off site, and B, authorized persons shall be limited to contractors' personnel, employees' personnel, and to any other personnel identified as authorized personnel, including employers, others, contracts, employers, and including employers, others, employers, other contractors on site by a notice from an employer or engineer of contractor. So security is something else. And 422 contractors operations on site. Contractors operations on site. This is a long statement probably. So we see. So it's what we have understood so far. This is up to progress meeting. We are reaching. We are reached there. Right. I think it's the individual. It depends upon individual how to handle that. Every site is different. Every project different. Items are different. Cost is different. Methods are different. It has missed so many technical items. Not giving actually. Is concluded. I think with quality. There are so many items. Method statements are there. So many quality controls are there. Well, they are taking something. Let us see what they do. Just the precise, concise. They have changed the concise one. Anyhow, we'll see them later on. In this today, what I talked is just conclude that I talked about something in general in regarding COVID and all that, which is very important these days to talk of because it affects sites, it affects workers, more concern is the workers are leaving their sites and residences is going to affect all over this country, all north, south, east, west. Do you see? Absence of workers from factories, from industries, from sites will, of course, bring down or lead our economy to standstill position after a few months, which government is not realizing. It's going to cause very detrimental situation if these people don't come back. And our engineering community is sleeping. I think I never expected our community to sleep and keep silence. This is cost everyone. If no workers means no factory works, no industry works, no site works. And this is same effect is same. If your workers who are your foundation, if these workers don't work, we can't work. That's true. This point, our public is not understanding, our government is not understanding. So all our efforts in engineering and management go waste. If industries stop, factories stop, nothing can move, and all our talks are useless. Engineers must open their mind, governments must open their minds. This won't work. And if these people are so disappointed due to having hard struggle in life first time, they may give up hard work and then everybody will have to suffer. That point we have to keep in mind. These talks, these videos, this wasting time for nothing. If we cannot control our public, that's why I include that in priority to discuss so that people can at least know problem. If you don't, if you don't understand this basics of this one, only country in world is ours that ignored this problem. All other countries value these people. This country is not valuing these people. This means our future of economy shall scrap in, shall fracture like anything. Their declaration of this packet is all hawks, I can say. This, I say tomorrow we'll discuss again about progress and further. And I think this contract is contract meaningless if we do not control these points. If we do not understand activities, we do not understand methods, we do not understand quality. We have to club everything together from design even, design stage. Cannot isolate designs from sites to convert to achieve quality. That's very important. Now I close this. Thank you very much. Who are there? Who was there? Mr. Muhammad, good morning. Mr. Mauludi, thank you very much. Mr. Ravi Shankar, thank you very much. Okay, whatever is there. They joined late, no problem. They joined late, what can I do? Thanks everybody.